Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dmitry Rachmanov. I'm a president of the Scriabin Society of America, and this year we celebrate our 30th anniversary. We are very excited to present this event as our society celebrates the extraordinary genius of Alexander Scriabin, and we aspire to to be a focal point in supporting scholarly performance and creative projects. So please consider becoming a member if you're not yet one. You will be receiving our yearly scholarly journals as well as newsletters, announcements of events, and a chance to participate in them. We plan to expand our geography and also support new form of events such as international competitions and such. So at this point, I would like to introduce our esteemed treasurer, Farhan Malik, who will make an announcement.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Scriabin Symposium, hosted by Salon Concerts at Clavier House under the artistic direction of Jed Distler. This series was originally created by a departed friend and former Scriabin Society member, Joseph Patridge. And thanks to the generosity of Clavier House, it continues in his memory. So the Scriabin Society would like to thank Clavier House, Jed Distler, and Salon Concerts for hosting us in this event. We're deeply grateful to James Wu, the behind-the-scenes technical wizard, for making it possible for us to share this event via live stream, so Scriabin lovers worldwide can also enjoy hearing all our presentations and the concert. We encourage everyone to explore the magnificent instruments here in the Clavier House showroom or online at clavierhouse.com, where you can also browse their inventory and learn about their expert piano restoration services. And the best way to support the Salon series and the valuable opportunities it offers pianists is through a donation. So you can find instructions on how to donate, or there's also a donation box by the door. So if you'd like to support the work they do here, the best way is to donate, and donations are all tax deductible. To stay updated on Salon Concerts, you can follow them on YouTube, Instagram at Salon Concerts, and Facebook at Salon Concerts NYC. So, thank you very much.
At this point, we want to welcome our wonderful young scholars who will give us presentations this afternoon. Our first presenter is Hannah McLaughlin. Hannah is the assistant professor at Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. She holds PhD from Princeton University, and her past research has explored Scriabin as well as Russian sci-fi. Her current book project is a broader look at music and utopia. She loves music that doesn't exist, can't exist, or could exist, and that no longer exists. So here the mystery and mysticism opens its door. Hannah.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. Okay, let's do this. So my talk today is about a performance, one unlike any before or any since. And it took place in Moscow on October 25th, 1918, on the Julian calendar, I should say. If you know your Russian history, you will likely recognize this date because on October 25th of 1917, 1 year earlier, the Bolshevik government had its birth This was its first birthday in 1918. 1 year prior, Vladimir Lenin and his fellow Red Guards secured a victory over the provisional government, and the world's first socialist republic was established. During the following year, Russia reeled in disorder, became mired in civil war and economic calamity. Yet, proletarian victory still seemed imminent, so the fledgling Bolshevik government mandated rejoicing in Moscow for this first birthday. Among these so-called October celebrations was a special program held at the Bolshoi Theater, which was to explicitly recognize this 1-year anniversary of the revolution. Among the works on the program was Alexander Scriabin's 60th opus, Prometheus, the Poem of Fire, conducted by Emil Cooper. This was indeed the first major performance of an orchestral work by Alexander Scriabin in Soviet Russia. And for that alone, it is noteworthy. But there is a deeper, more compelling story behind this performance. And in this talk, I will tell that story and reveal how the Bolshoi Prometheus of 1918 was more than just a mere showcase for a well-known, dearly departed composer. It was, in fact, a provocative point of convergence for competing, often conflicting elements of post-revolutionary Russian society. Among these are Bolshevism's infiltration, both ideological and political, into a century-old artistic institution, pre-revolutionary aesthetics lingering amidst newer artistic movements, and socialist reinterpretations of myth. This talk will touch on all of these aspects, ultimately arguing that the Bolshoi Prometheus of 1918 was a unique manifestation neither of Russia's imperial past nor its revolutionary future, but rather its precarious present state as an insecure, burgeoning socialist country seeking recognition. So let's first talk about this venue, the Bolshoi. This landmark theater, erected in 1856, had been a crown jewel of the Russian Empire, but now, in the new socialist climate, it was having an identity crisis. Like all state-run institutions, the Bolshoi faced immense pressure to rebrand, streamline, and bolster leadership. Being the largest theater in the country, it was hoped that the Bolshoi would set the ultimate example in making that smooth transition into a true people's institution fit for the new times. But this transition was far from smooth. Though the theater's leadership did change from an isolated guild to a civic-minded entity, its original elected council only lasted for the 17-18 season, to be replaced in the following years by other ineffective councils fraught with similar turnover rates. An almost incessant question was whether the theater should be shut down entirely. With more than a century's worth of imperial baggage, the theater in its current form was seen by some as obsolete, wasteful, ideologically incompatible with the revolutionary cause. Through the intervention of devoted advocates in high places, including possibly Lenin himself, the theater did manage to survive, but it received paltry funding. Internal troop conflicts, failure to recruit desired artists, and extremely cold winters during a fuel shortage compounded the dire situation. Consequently, none of the proposed operatic works were successfully staged in the fall of 1918, according to the Bolshoi's plan report. Ballet fared only slightly better, squeezing in only a single production of Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker at the tail end of the season. In sum, the Bolshoi Theater was, to use the words of Maxim Gorsky, a stone box with chaos inside during the first years after the revolution. Which brings us to that October night. Under these dire circumstances at the Bolshoi, the stakes for this anniversary performance could not be higher. Such an investment had to succeed, both in terms of mass appeal and Bolshevik ideology. The choice of repertoire was key to the success of this event. And this is what they came up with. First, there would be an introductory speech by the newly appointed Commissar for Enlightenment, Anatoly Lunacharsky. Following Lunacharsky would be a performance of the famed socialist anthem, the Internationale. Then would come Scriabin's Prometheus, which would require a massive orchestra and a costumed choir. Furthermore, an attempt would be made to execute this work as Scriabin himself intended, that is, with a display of colored lights via the combination of a colorful backdrop with rudimentary rheostat setup. After Prometheus would be a fully costumed and staged performance of the Večer scene from Act 1 of Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov's opera The Maid of Pskov. And then the final number would be a ballet presentation of Alexander Glazunov's symphonic poem Stenka Razin. That the theater managed to successfully include not one, but 3 sophisticated offerings during such a meager season was nothing short of miraculous. Clearly, this performance mattered. But why these pieces? For a performance celebrating the anniversary of the revolution, this program was quite a curious cocktail of pre-revolutionary aesthetics, the final 2 numbers especially. This program, Rimsky-Korsakov, for one, he had been dead for almost a decade, and his Večer scene, which comes from his first opera in 1872, is firmly entrenched in 19th century romantic idioms. Similarly, Glazunov's symphonic poem was also an early work composed in 1885 with great influence from the ever-accessible, yet also highly imperial Tchaikovsky. This was not a time to linger on Russia's Tsarist past, though, but rather to legitimize the nation's current revolutionary work, to acknowledge how the past had pointed towards the now immediate future. So why return to these old Romantic era works? Perhaps the answer is conservatism. After all, many Bolshoi higher-ups genuinely loved the music of the Tsarist age and were loath to give it up amid more radical calls for its retirement. Another argument would be nationalism. While other Moscow celebrations featured primarily Western compositions, such as Beethoven's Fidelio, the Bolshoi's contribution here was a particularly loud blast of Slavic pride. Subject matter was a factor. The Rimsky-Korsakov and Glazunov works are both explicit depictions of populist rebellion. The Večer scene depicts the point of attack for the whole opera, Maid of Pskov, popular assembly, literally what Večer means, of defiant townspeople as they hear the news of Ivan the Terrible's ransacking of Novgorod. I have here a sketch of the Večer performers, the costumes, courtesy of the Bolshoi. Glazunov's symphonic poem, meanwhile, tells of a 17th century Cossack rebel's demise, complete with the quotation of the Song of the Volga boatmen, morphed into a paean to proletarian grit. Here's another Bolshoi artifact, a sketch of the backdrop for that boat scene. Such works paid tribute to the centuries-long tradition of revolutionary tenacity among the Russian people, driving the point home that the bloody uprisings seen today were a culmination of humankind's long epical fight against the foes of freedom. But we still have this opener, Prometheus, which undoubtedly set a strange tone for the rest of the evening. Unlike the other 2 numbers, this piece did not have nostalgia on its side, having premiered only a mere 7 years earlier. Yet at the same time, it might as well have been premiered a century ago, considering all that had occurred during that 7-year period. Prometheus was the poster child of Silver Age aesthetics, of a dying empire, of an antiquated culture. It was bombastically atonal, harmonically inaccessible to mass audiences, notoriously heady in its concept, lacking a clear populist narrative. It was also a work of extreme individualist, even solipsistic ambition, a work based around a color scheme that only Scriabin himself seemed to understand. This work, and others like it, would in the coming years be plowed away by the Stalin regime. In a world where everything, down to the state of a person's fingernails, had become ideological, some justification was needed to explain the Bolshoi's choice here. How could anyone ideologically justify such a bourgeois work for an explicitly political Bolshevik event presented by a state-run institution? Maybe it was justifiable. After all, the mass cultural rejection of modernism in Soviet Russia was in no way immediate. The first years of the revolution were replete with avant-garde experimentation, a creative wild east, if you will. Contrary to what many Bolsheviks may have ideally wanted, Russian artists and intellectuals were slow to abandon their individual aesthetics, partly because there was no consensus as to what exactly the one true revolutionary aesthetic was. For many artists, the revolution was an invitation to discover by trial and error the art of the new world, be it futurist, nihilist, populist, constructivist, iconoclast, conservative, or something in between. Moscow, especially, had been alight with a legion of diverse artists that maintained and defined the nation's Silver Age, and their sparks would not easily be dimmed. Scriabin's legacy as a musical innovator was, indeed, still intact by 1918. He had, after all, only died 3 years earlier, and the memory of his massive funeral in Moscow was fresh. But still, Scriabin, a revolutionary composer? The ideal choice for celebrating the birth of a Soviet nation? His commitment to left-wing politics was shaky at best. He appeared far too self-involved, his head too far up in the clouds to be occupying himself with petty political dramas. Such dealings were welcomed by Scriabin only inasmuch as they hastened the approach of a far more cosmic revolution, one which could only be called forth through his great mysterium. On the other hand, the intellectual world that surrounded Scriabin was replete with revolutionary rhetoric. Nothing, not even the dandy solipsist Scriabin, could be untouched by the revolution, right? Well, this was, at least, the opinion of left-wing apologists like Lunacharsky, who believed that Scriabin, in spite of himself, was in fact a sort of seer for the revolution, not simply ahead of, but twice beyond the rest of Russian music of his time. His words. In Scriabin's music, Lunacharsky heard not the past, but the future, a great upheaval that would shift society from chaos to order, from agitation to serenity, from individual to commune, from dissonance to a clear F-sharp harmony. In this way, regardless of the composer's outward political leanings, Lunacharsky justified the Bolsheviks' appropriation of Scriabin's music for their own public propaganda. With its light show, chorus, and massive orchestra, Prometheus in particular could easily be interpreted as a fanfare to proletarian victory. Music aside, the mere subject of Prometheus was particularly fitting for a revolutionary celebration. In many ways, the Bolsheviks regarded the Promethean myth in a similar way Scriabin did. Both interpretations championed human will, expressed a hunger for an enlightened existence, and venerated a singular Superman figure who sacrificed everything for a greater cause. This said, Prometheus underwent a significant socialist rebranding by Russian revolutionaries, one which the composer may or may not have entirely embraced, should he have lived to see it. By 1917, the Titan god had become a potent political symbol, no longer confined to individualist aesthetic paradigms. Following Marx's lead, which by the way, this is Marx as Prometheus, the Bolshevik socialists held a strongly humanist view of the Greek deity, asserting that the myth signified a rejection of God and a total embrace of mankind's own genius to improve the world. Their Promethean Superman was not a great artist, but rather the proletarian worker. Rather than endowing humankind with a mystical knowledge, as he does in Scriabin's mythos, the proletarian Prometheus was now to bring a far more practical enlightenment based on science and technology. In the hands of the socialists, Prometheus's fire became far less abstract and far more destructive, iconoclastic, violent. Yet despite their differing outlooks towards the Promethean myth, the Bolshoi's artistic leaders saw no problem in appropriating Scriabin's work on the subject for their own revolutionary purposes. 1 year into bloody civil war, such a message may very well have been inspiring and fortifying, but it nevertheless also demonstrates a remolding, perhaps even a watering down, of Scriabin's nuanced and highly individualistic mythos, a deliberate act of shoehorning the composer's outdated philosophy to fit new political schemas. Let's switch gears to another important yet vastly underexplored aspect of the Bolshoi's Prometheus, the backdrop artwork designed by the Moscow-based painter Aristark Vasilyevich Lentulov. Lots of consonants there. A well-known pioneer of the Russian Cubo-futurist style, Lentulov's relationship with Scriabin forms a provocative link between the composer's symbolist aesthetic with broader artistic modernism. This link also manifests the persistence of avant-garde abstraction in the wake of the October Revolution. Though the date for their interaction is unknown, Lentulov at one point crossed paths with Scriabin at a living room salon. According to an account by the artist's daughter, Mariana, that evening, though awkward, made a very strong impression on her father. Lentulov seemed particularly drawn to the composer's ideas about color and sound. The amicable feeling may have been mutual. Lentulov himself asserted in writing that he had earned the composer's stamp of approval. This was a bold and so far an unsubstantiated claim, but to Lentilov's credit, his paintings do capture much of what Scriabin himself claimed to appreciate: the bright colors and structural architectural forms presented through the hazy lens of metaphysical abstraction. Lentilov's cubo-futurist style was particularly strong within his theatrical backdrops. For example, in this sketch from the Bakrusian State Central Theater, we see concentric circles, arcs, and star patterns surrounding a central architectural focal point. A similar aesthetic can be seen in that Stenka-Razin backdrop, leading me to conclude that Lentilov was likely responsible for all of the stage sets for the Bolshoi program that night, though this is just a hypothesis. By comparison, the Prometheus backdrop possesses similar attributes. I have two sketch images of the backdrop for you today, one published in black and white and another in vibrant color, including every major hue on the visual color spectrum. I'm still trying to track down more information about these works, but for now we can simply analyze what we see. In both images, Lentilov's cubo-futurist aesthetic is on full display, depicting a host of abstract planar shapes. One foregrounds a mass of figures easily recognizable as an orchestra and a conductor. Though far more abstract than the Bakrusian example, the focal points of these works contain similar architectural components, though rough vertical strokes also appear in the center of the frame, suggesting flames. Okay? Above these larger, even more abstract multi-shaded panels are arrayed. Though the overall effect possesses a telltale cubist roughness, Lentilov maintains a sense of radiality and concentricity, as if the burst of radial energy is emanating from the architectural focal point, perhaps even from the orchestra itself. Another interpretation may be that all are framed by a brilliant rainbow. To me, it resembles Scriabin's own sketch of the venue he hoped to create for his world-ending mysterium, a domed structure illuminated by star-shaped lights. This great mystery would culminate, according to the text of its preliminary action, in multiple colors of being. For concertgoers, the overall effect of such an extravagant carnival of light and sound may have been breathtaking. Those who were privy to artistic trends, however, would immediately recognize the provocative futurism of Lentilov's highly abstract work as it paired with Scriabin's unrelentingly dissonant music. Such a juxtaposition of avant-garde aesthetics with an overwhelmingly socialist celebration would never again be seen on such a large civic scale in Soviet Russia. This was something very, very special. To conclude, let us consider once again all these myriad facts, these facets that refract into the multicolored celebratory spectacle that was the Bolshoi Prometheus of 1918. The new Bolshevik order in a state of war, the floundering Bolshoi institution, the rebellious tales of Pskov and Stenka-Razin, the Promethean myth, Lentilov's cubo-futurist backdrop. All these factors slam together to create a cacophonous thing of beauty, filled with harsh juxtapositions of past and present. The steel blue-gray shades of futurism, the dulled purples and golds of imperial decadence. These collide with the bold red, white, and green hues of revolutionary idealism in a confusing yet dazzling rainbow. Since its 1910 premiere, Scriabin's Promethean Feast has invited observers to dangle, if only for a moment, above the metaphysical abyss, to bask in an ecstatic, eternal present. As seen in both his music and his writing, Scriabin welcomed the suspension of space and time through ecstatic artistic experience. But here, in the cold box of chaos that was the Bolshoi Theater of 1918, a new kind of ecstatic present takes hold, one in which ghosts of empire linger, often quite awkwardly with the trappings of the supposed new great socialist world. This Bolshoi performance was surely not a nostalgic hymn to the past, but neither was it a great heralding cry to the future either. The future had, supposedly, already come, but it had not come in the way anyone expected, or anyone perhaps wished. It was as if the Russian theater found itself, as the great Titan, chained to a painful present, precariously perched at the brink of annihilation, but never able to fully succumb, passively awaiting Herculean rescue that may never arrive. In such a bittersweet and uncertain time, perhaps it was indeed best, at least for one cold October night, to simply forget the past, forget the future, and bask in the flame of the present. Thank you. All right. What's next? Okay.
Questions?
Cut me off. Yes, Lindsey.
Did you come across any reviews of this concert?
There are a couple. They're very scant. I have a couple of them in there. They weren't particularly like, oh, this was so cool, this was great. Like they were rather passive. Mariana, or what's that her name? Lentelov's daughter does say that people liked it, but that's her word, and that's all I have so far. I've been trying to track down legitimate reviews of this, and I'm having trouble finding them. It doesn't help that Eastview quit giving me access halfway through the year last year, and so I'm having to find other ways to get my hands on some of those Moscow newspapers. But yeah, I haven't seen any smoking gun that says this was like this showstopper amazing event, and I think that might have something to do with just the time. Again, this was like a year after the revolution. It was kind of a broken time, and I don't know, everything I feel was very muted. But that's just my hypothesis, and I'm trying to learn more. But yeah, Lentelov's daughter does say people really enjoyed the concert, and that there was a lot of, that it was breathtaking, it was show-stopping, it was incredible. But again, she might be biased. Good question, though. Yes?
Do you happen to know the piano soloist?
I do. And as a matter of fact, instead of, I think it's Golden Visor. Let me triple check to make sure. I'm going to look back. It's coming. I have the program cover right there.
Okay,
AV Golden Visor, yes. Or AB Golden Visor, excuse me, yes. So, and then Emil Cooper was the conductor.
And Goldweiser was Scriabin's classmate.
Yes.
And in the most recent Scriabin Cited Journal, he published his memorial article the month after Scriabin passed away.
Wow.
So you might find it.
Required reading. Homework. Yes. Yes, please.
Do you feel like there was any kind of long-term effect from this concert on the Bolshoi Theater's future?
Again, it feels to me like a one-off in a lot of ways. The Bolshoi would continue to do kind of old-style works like Rimsky-Korsakov and Glazunov, etc., in the years to come. And they even, I don't think it was even the last time they touched on a Promethean subject, or they did other subjects similar to it, if I recall. It's been a while since I've looked at this, but they really never returned to Scriabin in this big way, ever, until after Stalin, if I recall, if I'm correct. Yeah, so that's kind of how I kind of say that this is sort of just it's a very of its time moment. It's not, it wasn't particularly influential, nor was it so antiquated that people didn't care about it at the time that it was done, but it really is sort of just a standalone event. I found that actually rather remarkable that Prometheus would take off in New York and in Europe and in other places, but in 20s era Soviet Russia, Lenin's Soviet Russia, it just wasn't performed very much. So, I mean, Koussevitzky would perform it, but it just wasn't a showstopper.
So
yes.
This I would say is it's an extremely large work with colors.
Yes, and yeah, this kind of that the color stuff never again until well into the decades later.
For this part of this era in Russia, was this kind of more of like a kind of launching of more programming of Scriabin's music?
Not of his, well, again, and Poem Extase was pretty popular. Prometheus, again, Koussevitzky would take Prometheus around Russia, and it would be performed, but not with any of this, no. So yeah, the Poem of Ecstasy was the bigger work. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the rest of your question, or what else you said. Sorry, did I?
Just
yeah.
this would be more of like, if this was kind of during the time, like more of a rebirth and programming was more, because maybe orchestrally, because you know some of his symphonies and of course poem of ecstasy.
Yeah, he was on the program regularly-ish for until maybe 1920, around the time the new economic policy hit, like around 1922, 23, and then he fell off the program pretty significantly after that in the 1920s. So, but again, Poem of Ecstasy tended to be the one that was performed the most and that got the best reviews. So.
Is that more speaking like orchestrally?
Yes, orchestrally.
Yes,
yes.
okay.
Piano music, he was pretty well performed until around that time as well. The NEP stuff started to change. But in that first few years after the revolution, due in part to the work of people like Rachmaninoff and others who toured Scriabin's piano music, he was well known during that period. And Lincoln Ballard has a great article about, not about post-1917, but about the years, just the few years after, 1915 to 17, those years after his death, and how Scriabin's posthumous legacy was sort of set in stone pretty well. You know, immortalized. He was immortalized during that period, so he never truly ever went away. He wasn't unpersoned in the way many others, like Meyerhold and such were, but that was in part due to the fact that he was touted as a Russian legend in the years before the revolution. Yes?
Forgive me if this is an ignorant question in any way, but I'm just interested in how these attempts to sort of co-opt, for lack of a better word, Scriabin's legacy would fare later on in the Soviet Union, because I'm unaware about a lot of
not
it.
well.
Not
I say,
well.
with Stalin, it was socialist realism, and
Yes,
modernism
yes.
was just completely like out
Yes.
the door.
And was he thrown out as a modernist,
Yes.
even though he was
yeah,
sort of
and then
different?
thrown out is a strong word. He was ignored. That's
Ignored,
maybe a better
left some
word.
older,
Yeah, again, it wasn't like there were other artists of the Silver Age who were like literally killed,
Right,
imprisoned.
right,
And
right.
but Scriabin never got completely he was never persona non grata, but yeah, he was ignored.
Was there ever a point where that shifted? Would that have been after?
It would have been
the
after,
collapse
yeah,
of
it would
the
have been
Soviet
during the frost, the
Yeah, wow.
period of, yeah. And that's when you start seeing him show up more in history books and things. I didn't study that particular period very much though, so I'm curious more about it myself. Yes.
I might want to comment that
Yeah.
even though on a broader scale, Scriabin was not in line with the social realism, there was this island, the Scriabin Memorial Museum,
Yes.
where his most ardent and passionate fans and followers gathered together, and great pianists and artists like Vladimir Sofronitsky and Samuel
Yes.
Feinberg and Heinrich Neuhaus
And
performed his works.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that they could kind of lean on the fact that Lenin was among the advocates for creating that museum and funding it. What? Sorry. Oh. Yeah. So there was. Yeah, I would say he was. Yeah, that's a great point. That there were avid followers of Scriabin well into the 1930s, 1940s. So yes, he was never fully forgotten in Russia by any sense. Thank you. Yes, let's stop. I've been so busy teaching, so thank you guys for those questions.
Thank you, Hannah. We have to move on because we are behind schedule, and it's my pleasure to present our next lecturer performer, pianist Daniel Colalillo. He's a very active New York-based pianist who performs nationally and internationally. He's a music director of Classical Keys Chamber Music Series, and he is an ardent Scriabinist whose debut album, Mostly Scriabin, received critical acclaim. On the anniversary of Scriabin's passing in 2015, Daniel performed an all Scriabin program encompassing different periods and different genres. And his next recital on April 27th will be his Carnegie Hall debut, in which he will present sonatas across the ages, from Beethoven to the world premiere of Lowell Lieberman's Fourth Piano Sonata. Daniel, welcome.
Hello. Does everyone hear me? Okay, yeah. Take this time to scan this. You could follow the PDF presentation. And at the end, I will have a score markup for you after that. My presentation is a dark ritual of sound, and it is about Scriabin's 9th Piano Sonata, written between 1912 and 1913. The sonata was nicknamed Black Mass rather than entitled for the White Mass, but Scriabin didn't reject that title. I'd like to concentrate on the form, structure, motives, on how the one-movement sonata, how it deviates from traditional sonata structure, lack of clear thematic divisions, and seamless transformations. Motive and fragments, how it develops organically through the piece, and motivic counterpoint, the use of multiple themes and motives simultaneously, which is extremely common in this piece. Harmonic languages and tonal instability, the use of chromaticism, flat diminished ninth, and tritones is a major essential key structure and chord progression. Also, the use of octatonic scales and chord progressions, synthetic scales in chords, and whole tone scales. The avoidance of tonal resolution, creating tension and ambiguity. And the mystic chord and how it plays a role in Scriabin's late music and the use of it in the sonata. The sonata structure can be defined with an exposition, development, and recapitulation, and with a coda. Although when it comes in different forms, all of them start with the same motive, but they come in different keys, if you could say that, and then recap comes in a completely different kind of essence. I'd like to start talking about the mystic chord. So the mystic chord was used in a lot of Scriabin's piano music towards when he was shifting out of his Chopin-esque impressionistic phase in his earlier. The mystic chord or the mystic scale is a 6-note scale, and the chord is C, F sharp, B flat, E, A, and D. All a series of fourths. So you have, they're all based off of fourths. So you have a tritone, augmented fourth, then a diminished fourth, which looks like a major third, and then again, augmented fourth, and then 2 perfect fourths. This is based off of the synthetic scale, which is a 6-note scale. Very common in a lot of his music. And he kind of used this chord kind of in different forms of it. If you add the 5th, because he skips from an F sharp to an A, it's a hyper mode using Lydian mixolydian. So you have the flat 7th and sharp 4. You also, out of the mystic chord, could create all major, minor, augmented, and diminished chords. So in this, you could do a D major chord, you could do a A minor chord, B flat, augmented, and then F sharp diminish. So all of those essentially can be found within this because it doesn't really have a kind of a key structure, and it kind of lives within these worlds in different keys. I'd like to show you some examples in some of his other music. In the Fifth Sonata, so on that second measure, you have A, D sharp, G, C sharp, F sharp, and B. So kind of all fourths. So perfectly kind of in there. Also in the White Mass Sonata, instead of, he uses different roots occasionally, as opposed to just kind of this chord, how I analyze it, is a E flat mystic chord, if you could call that. But he throws the bass D flat in it. So you could see the fourths. So very beautifully kind of written. And the last excerpt is kind of, I guess, if you could call it C mystic, in Opus 69, right after the Black Mass Sonata. And then he goes into a new E mystic. So kind of shifting between these different, I would say, like maybe note structures or key structures. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't click that thing as well. Yeah, so here's kind of the all that. Okay, in the sonata, in measure 55, I would say this would be a mystic chord in it. So it kind of, if you change the chord and the spelling, you could analyze it as a E13 sharp 11. So you have a dominant chord and then kind of a major 2 on top of that. So, and then after that, if you look at these next 4 bars, it has E13 sharp 11, or the mystic chord. Then you have G13, and then B flat 13, and then D flat 13 sharp 11 flat 9, if I'm not mistaken. Those are all in a series of minor third progressions, which are based off of an octatonic chord progression. So he's not using usual kind of chords like 2-5-1. He's kind of making up his own world, and the use of either the synthetic scale or the octatonic scale is very common. Also in measure 33, you have a mystic chord, and he does add the 5th here. So you have, and I believe he's using then the tritone in the bass. Although it's a little more ambiguous because of the tritone in the bass for a, I guess, E mystic chord. This Scriabin uses a lot of octatonic, which is 8-note scale, and it's based off of half step, whole step, half step, whole step. Life after Scriabin and his influences are, I believe, pretty strong. If you ever have jazz friends, they always are obsessed with Scriabin because of his harmonic progressions. So you have that 13 sharp 11 chord, or the mystic chord, but also the use of octatonic and diminished scales. And it's very common that jazz pianists will play licks or scales over a dominant seventh. So it's very common to find those chord and techniques. These motives there's 6 motives throughout the piece. You have the legendary motive, the mystic murmur, the trill, the second theme, and then 2 developing motives. Let's just call it call to attention motive, and then this dance-like motive. So as we start the opening, the 2 answers, so the first motive it starts in the soprano line, which is just a descending chromatic scale. And then in the alto voice is going down 2 tritones. So together they create this very kind of unsettled effect. And then the left hand is transposed but down a tritone. So constant theme of chord relationships but going down a tritone. Then in measure 105, he has the same legendary motive, but separated by 1/16th note. So it has this layered effect. And then in the recapitulation in measure 155, he uses it in the form of diminution, which takes the original material and makes the value shorter. So in the beginning it's 8th notes, and this is 16th notes, and such. Then in measure 187, he just omits the top soprano voice and just uses the alto voice, which is in the world of the whole tone scale, before then adding the original in the next measure. This also happens at the same time as he's using the second theme. And then in the coda, he wraps it up by essentially starting the beginning motive and ends in a similar way. You could interpret the last chord as a G French 6th chord and 3rd inversion with the F in the bass. Although I have seen some weird editions where they said it's in F major because it's the last note in the bass. I was like, I don't know about that. The second motive is the mysterious murmur. It often appears in the lower register. Starting on measure 93, is fragmentations of the motive, and every other measure is separated between the second theme. So, if you could see, I don't know if I have my laser. Let me go. So over here we have essentially 2 measures of the murmur theme, and then just 1 measure of the second theme, and then abruptly goes back to the murmur theme, and then 2 measures. So a lot of the pieces, a lot of the techniques in this is very like fragmented. So if you have this, second theme, second theme again. Then in measure 141, starting that, we have more repetition and double notes. So kind of just developing and having a variation off of that. And then these are other motive figures, and then in the bass. And a lot of these are happening while the other motives are happening at the same time, which is motivic counterpoint, which is a big theme in this piece. Then we have the trill motive. That is a pickup to measure 24. And then in measure 141, sorry, I didn't change the slide. We have this in the top register while the second theme is going on at the same time. And then lastly, at the end in measure 183, we have it for the last time. The second theme, could it be a sign of like a real melody? Kind of just based off of two notes and then moves up a little bit. All of these again are based off of octatonic chord progression. We have E, we have G7 with the in third inversion, and then B flat 7 in third inversion. Again here, you could see the second theme with multiple layering. One could interpret this as a precursor in the fifth measure, where just based off of the half steps. So it's constant obsession with half steps. And then in the second theme, in the development of it, using chord progression of F sharp 13 going to C13. Again, tritone relations. Measure 137, we have the, again, second theme, and then we have a new alto line, which is a developing motive on the bottom. Again, we have a D flat 7 chord, and then a G chord in second inversion. Again, tritone harmony. So constantly throughout the piece, it's pretty much tritone relationship. And then the last time we hear the second theme, we're doubled in octaves at the end. The developing motive, or I will call it a call of attention. Scriabin also then changes it in measure 130. Well, rather than going up, he goes down in a sense. And again, if you look at these intervals, going down a tritone from the middle voice and then down a flat 9. So a lot of tritones and flat 9s. And going up, it is again in a octatonic scale chord progression. And then you have these here, and towards the end, where you're also adding it in the right hand, which is, this motive is mostly found in the left hand, so he's kind of developing it and giving these fragments. And then the last time, which is at the end in march form. And now the last motive first appears in measure 111. Although this is actually, I would say, a fragmentation of it, because I would say the whole motive is kind of two spots, two measures. This often appears in the alto line underneath while the second theme is played simultaneously. Another way I kind of view this motive is it's kind of similar to the beginning. So we have this descending chromatic scale, and if you see this A sharp, A natural, G sharp, and then G natural, and also with a major third apart in difference, which is similar to this. So maybe that could be interpreted as that, but in a different rhythm. And then this theme comes one last time before the end. So I have a score, please scan this. I have a PDF score that is highlighted with the motives. And you could see how often he's overlaying the motives at the same time. So it becomes very colorful, and if you're thinking of Scriabin, of course he had synesthesia. So there's a lot of colors going on at the same time.
Oh, I unplugged it.
Yeah, just plug it in, keep something on the screen, otherwise it's going to turn off and the screen will go back on. We want that happening during the performance. Yeah, just keep that there. Full screen. Yeah, thank you. summarize the entire Scriabin sonata in 15 minutes.
I had a rather amateurish question. I was just curious about the word, the mystic chord. I don't know if that's a word that you made up or that's a historical word. Where did that come from?
Yeah, it kind of developed from Scriabin's language once he became kind of a mystic, and towards his late era, very like theosophy, and he used the mystic chord. I would say he claimed that in his tonal language. So it's his own world, kind of like when we think of like Beethoven and Mozart, we think of that's the same language, but maybe slightly different dialect. Scriabin created his own language that only he could speak and was a complete revolutionary. You had a few composers that followed in his footsteps, like Roslovitz, who was extremely influential in the language of his music, was kind of like where he picked off from late Scriabin. So Scriabin uses the mystic chord or the mystic world or environment or landscape.
I believe there is also a term Promethean chord, which
Yes.
is similar as or the same. It's interchangeable with
Yes.
mystic chord.
Prometheus chord.
That was fabulous. I was struck, especially at the beginning, and watching obviously he's mixing these themes together, but there are many times in this where I find he just completely cuts the momentum off and then starts something new. That feels rather like kind of, I learned about Stravinsky and the sort of cinematic cross-cutting block construction behavior of moving from one thing to another, completely not linked, like unjuxtaposed, like blocks of material. I'm curious what your thoughts are about like maybe how Scriabin's syntax works that way.
Yeah, I think what he does is he changes moods extremely drastically. And I'm thinking in the development when that lower register murmur motive kind of comes in, and then you have one measures of the second theme,
Yeah.
like here.
The
And
red
then
versus
one
the
measure of
yellow.
like, oh, we're back.
Yeah.
And then as a performer, I like to take more space there to kind of bring it almost in a different tempo, to bring like just kind of one measure of something rather than so short fragments and phrases. That's what I found throughout this piece. So it's hard to interpret this intellectually.
Yeah, is it dialogic? Is it like a sort of a multiple personality type situation?
Yeah,
Is it psychological?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
Maybe
curious.
it's some type of
But yeah,
like
it's not a
manic
question you need to
depressant or
answer.
something
Yeah,
where
it's not a question you need to
goes
answer.
from extremes to the others, I would say. At least what I find that in particular this sonata.
Any other questions?
How do you go about deciding when you want something to be abrupt or would rather transition more seamlessly? Do you feel there's a logic to that, or do you find your own, or do you feel that it's like it's so wonderful and that the fluidity, the way you could do it, that it's up to the performer, or do you? Sorry.
No, actually, that's a very good question. So when you think of left up to the performer, I think
Yes.
of composers like Bach, where he gives you the notes and there's not much there. So essentially, as the performer, you have to almost be the composer of the interpretation. The interesting thing about Scriabin is that you'll hear a bunch of pianists and they'll all play it much differently.
Yeah.
So I kind of find that in a little bit of a parallel world, you could kind of take it and interpret it your own way. And, it's varied between different people.
Yeah.
So I kind of find that very interesting and very creative interpretly with playing a lot of Scriabin's music.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Unfortunately, the time
course.
pressure is on,
Yeah, of
so
course.
we need to move on. So we're scheduled to have a break. Let's have a very short one before our next presenter. We have some reception food if you are so inclined. Our next presenter is our own Society board member and historian, Dr. Lindsey Macchiarella. Dr. Macchiarella is the associate professor of musicology at University of Texas at El Paso, and she's the lead editor of Rethinking Scriabin, forthcoming from Oxford University Press later this year, and she's currently working on the biography, the new biography of the composer, entitled Firebringer, the Life of Alexander Scriabin. Welcome.
Okay. So, Alexander Scriabin begins his private journals with the following quote from one Wundt, which sets the tone and topic for all three of his private notebooks. Internal or psychological experiences do not constitute a separate area of experience alongside others. It is generally an immediate experience. This immediate experience represents not inactive content, but a series of connected processes. It is not constituted of objects, but of processes. Any such process has, on the one hand, objective content, and on the other hand, it represents a subjective event. Okay, I apologize for this quote. It was super dense. We had to get through it. I promise the rest of the paper is not going to be like that. We just have to confront it. This is how he starts his private journals and notebooks, and I guess the question is why and what does this even mean, right? So I'm sure a lot of you, well, I mean, a lot of you Scriabin people, have come across research that connects Scriabin with theosophy, which is like this kind of cool pseudo-religion that he was into. It was very mystical. It was really popular with the Russian Silver Age artists, poets, etc. And I know that today, a lot of us think of Scriabin as like the theosophy composer, and we get a lot of those ideas from his early biographers who characterized him that way, especially de Schlotzer. One second here. Those studies are awesome, and they are true and everything, but I do sometimes think they get overstated, because while other really super important influences on Scriabin's thinking sometimes go entirely unnoticed. Case in point, Scriabin is widely known today as the theosophical composer, but not as the psychological composer, even though music and theosophy are not even mentioned once in his journals. And that's a really big surprise to a lot of people that theosophy doesn't even come up in there. Instead, he starts off with this big quote about psychology from Wundt, but nobody's really investigated that connection. And that seems like a really big oversight to me, especially since Scriabin's theories have been a source of fascination to artists and researchers over the past century, hence the reason that we're all here today. The author of that quote turns out to be none other than Wilhelm Wundt, who is the actual father of experimental psychology. So Scriabin was reading and studying a lot of stuff while he developed his grandiose and utopian theories in his journals. And he was reading stuff that included theosophy, philosophy, and evolutionary theories, and those ideas are certainly present there. But I would argue, however, that the budding field of experimental psychology as outlined in Wundt's writings were by far the most influential on his thinking here. And lately I've been investigating the Scriabin-Wundt connection, and I found a lot of really interesting things. Most exciting was the discovery of the book Scriabin was quoting from, which until now nobody's been able to find. I've also spent some time studying the history of psychology and what it meant in popular culture during Scriabin's time and in his circles while he was writing these notebooks. So putting all of these things together, I formed a really interesting picture of what psychology meant to Scriabin, why he was interested in it, and where he used Wundt's ideas and where he developed and departed from them to create his own theories. Okay, so who is Wundt anyway? Wilhelm Wundt is widely considered the founder of experimental psychology because in the mid-19th century, he bridged the gap between philosophers who were considering only the mind and the physiologists who studied only the body. So philosophy, he argued, was not scientific and concrete enough. And the field of physiology was exactly the opposite. So like Wundt's teacher, Helmholtz, for example, was doing all of these experiments where you'd measure perception and you'd try to figure out how many different colors the human eye can see, and how hot is too hot before hot becomes pain, and how can you tell the difference between hot and cold, and all sorts of stuff like that. But psychology was supposed to be right at the intersection of those things. The problem with the physiological studies was it didn't tell you anything about your thoughts, and Wundt was most interested in the mind. So psychology literally was right at the intersection of physiology and philosophy. So Wundt's idea was to try applying scientific methods to studies of the mind. And he established the world's first psychological laboratory at the University of Leipzig in 1875. And his assistants there would practice internal observation and measure sensory reactions. And they would test things like sensory thresholds, recognition speed, and the limits of attention and short-term memory. So contrary to late 19th century positivistic trends, he was most interested in consciousness, which is a really ephemeral topic for a scientist to decide to go for. He was particularly fixated on what he called the immediate inner experience. And he was always trying to explain what he called mental states, which he considered a constantly changing process. So he was one of the first people to characterize your consciousness as being part of a flow. So maybe we're all familiar with this trope, right? Flow of consciousness, stream of consciousness. He was one of the people who kind of invented that idea. So Wundt's ideas were immediately and immensely popular, especially for the radical young progressive philosophers. And they considered psychology, many of them, to be the future of their discipline. From their perspective, psychology was the application of objective science to philosophy. And philosophy can get super speculative and nebulous. So it seemed like by using laboratory-style science, psychology was going to transform the field of philosophy and make it possible to start making philosophical research that could be proven and was repeatable and was like really concrete. So in 1904, which is the year Scriabin began writing his extensive journals, he attended the 11th International Congress on Philosophy in Geneva, and the conference had a really substantial psychology presence. Oh, that's Wundt's laboratory. There we go. The conference had a really substantial psychology presence, and 3 of the 18 panels were dedicated to psychological topics, and Wundt was referenced at least 12 times in these published proceedings. So this just gives you an idea of how intertwined philosophy and psychology are during his time. And these conference proceedings were published afterwards, and according to the list of books that Scriabin owned at the time of his death, which is kept in the Scriabin Museum of Moscow, Scriabin owned this book and had a copy and like notated in the margins and studied it very carefully. So in the early 20th century, it's also a turning point in the history of psychology, characterized by the desire to put psychological research to practical use. So you get figures like Freud, for example, who are using psychological research with the aim of diagnosing and treating mental conditions, and people start using psychology for the first time in stuff like child rearing and education. And the field of psychology was still very young at this point when Scriabin encountered it. So psychology today, I've learned, is very different from the field as Scriabin knew it. So throughout the 20th century, trends leaned increasingly towards empirical research. And today, this is based on my conversations with psychologists at my institution, the field seems to be primarily concerned with like brain mapping and neurological studies. And most modern psychologists would find the details of Wundt's work highly speculative and unusually focused on sensory study. So essentially, modern psychology is wildly different from what it used to be, and psychologists today might not even consider this psychology. It's like some sort of liminal period in the history of the field. So Scriabin's personal writings were collected, transcribed, and published by Mikhail Gershenson in 1919. The bulk of Scriabin's personal speculative writing, they're bound in 3 journals written from 1904 to 1906. And I'm going to refer to these as notebooks A, B, and C. So the Wundt quote begins Notebook A, and it marks an abrupt departure from his previous really brief writings that are collected in this Gershenson publication. And it's really short, only a few pages, and it's apparently written while he's sitting at a cafe in Switzerland with his Wundt reference text in front of him. So Notebook A is the most straightforward one. And remember that the Wundt quote was talking about consciousness, our consciousness as a process. And Scriabin becomes really interested in that idea, a process as a series of events or directed rules happening really fast right at the moment. So where did these processes come from when he interrogates this quote? If they're happening in our own body, like why aren't we in control of psychological processes? And wouldn't controlling your thoughts mean controlling your experience? And wouldn't controlling your experience mean controlling reality around you? Is reality personal or shared? You can see how he uses the Wundt quote and he just snowballs and goes into all these really interesting realms. So using it as a jumping off point, he goes into really in-depth detail in notebooks B and C, and there he switches rapidly between prose and poetry. So notebook C includes the first draft of his programmatic text for the poem of Ecstasy, and following that he wrote the first draft and a half of the libretto for prefatory action. When you're taking all of this together and you're considering his Wundt source text, it starts to seem pretty clear that he reads some Wundt, he digests it, and then he writes like a prose stream of consciousness style, like narration of his thoughts about it, and then he turns that into poetic verse, and that poetic verse ends up becoming program notes for his larger symphonies, his later large symphonies. So let's get into that source text. So Scriabin dutifully records the page number 21, but Wundt's Psyche is sadly a very incomplete citation, Scriabin, and so it made it really difficult to find what text he's referring to exactly. So Wundt was a wildly prolific author. He published over 500 books and essays in his lifetime, and roughly 2/3 of those were released before 1904, which is when Scriabin wrote his first notebook, and many of them were translated really soon after publication. So as I mentioned before, the Scriabin Museum in Moscow has listed all the books that Scriabin owns, but there's no Wundt texts among them. I'm not sure why. So using modern digital research tools, I have finally been able to identify the source of the quote with certainty. It comes from Ocherk Psychologie, which is an 1897 translation of Wundt's Outlines of Psychology. That was first released in German in 1896, and it is super long and dense, and by far the most difficult thing I have ever read in Russian in my entire life. It's like 381 pages, and that's not including the foreword. So it was translated and published by the Moscow Psychological Society, and it has an extensive introduction by Nikolai Grot. And Grot was a professor at Moscow University who was largely responsible for popularizing Wundt in Russia, and he was really famously influential on Tolstoy. So Grot's introductory essay, The Foundation of Experimental Psychology, first starts by orienting the reader to this current time and place in the philosophical field and the really disruptive emergence of psychology. So while laboratories are great, Grot is suspicious of them because, like I mentioned earlier, you can't measure thoughts concretely. So he says you can't study the mind properly using your laboratory, and that's really the most important thing to philosophers. So what he's most interested about Wundt is this process of self-observation. So according to this book, anyone, even you, dear reader, you can be a practitioner of experimental psychology if you just craft scientific style tasks to guide your own internal observation. And the best experimental psychology, according to this book, comes from pure self-observation, the only way to study your internal world. Cognize your thoughts clearly, the reader is counseled. Craft hypotheses and tests and repeat them and document your observation. So in order to answer his questions about reality and the nature of conscious thought, Scriabin takes up the invitation in this book to become a practitioner of experimental psychology himself. And he begins his self-observations, and he even borrows a lot of their terminology. So in Notebook B, for example, he writes, "To conduct an analysis of activity means to study the nature of the activity of my consciousness, of my free creativity. I must have recourse to the so-called psychological experience in order to address some of these questions. And so the process of the study of free creativity is the process of self-observation. I could analyze what is happening within and around me at any given moment and draw some vital conclusions from these observations." So Wundt's introduction makes a really big distinction between long-term and immediate consciousness. So Wundt and Scriabin, they're most interested in the immediate conscious experience, which is what is happening in your head literally right at this moment. So just take a second for a thought experiment and try to just think about what it's like to live in this present moment in your head right now. And it's like a mess of a whole bunch of sensations, right? Maybe you're like, oh, I'm hearing the AC, or maybe I'm thinking, oh God, a second of silence, you know? And it's a series of a whole bunch of just information, right? That your mind is later on going to kind of piece together and create reality out of that, your sense of reality or your experience. But in the immediate moment, it's like super chaotic and there's no sense of abstract reflection. So Wundt believes that this immediate second-to-second experience that you're having is a linear process, and that's what he meant in that original quote, that it's like a series of constantly fluctuating states that are going one after another. And that's really important that they're happening one at a time, because that's a really big part of his theory, and it becomes a big part of Scriabin's too. So Scriabin starts describing his immediate experience in his journals. And that's what he's doing for like a ton of it, like literally narrating his stream of consciousness, which is part of what makes his journals really confusing a lot of the time. Scriabin uses a lot of the same vocabulary as Wundt, at least if you're going back and forth between the Wundt translation he was reading and Scriabin's original Russian edition. He uses terms like the immediate experience, process, conscious activity, mental states, states of consciousness. And Scriabin also describes his thoughts as linear just like Wundt does. So at one time in Notebook A, he briefly suggests maybe I could have more than one thought at a time, but then later on he dismisses that and it becomes impossible according to this theory to have more than one thought at a time. And this is going to come important when we start to talk about sensation in a minute. So here's another quote that I think helps us understand this. So Scriabin writes again in Notebook B, "Reality is given to us immediately, only in the sphere of our senses, our psychological states, and there is no other reality that we can confirm. Examining reality's elements which are given to us in the immediate moment, I can confirm, first of all, my desire to live, and then my thoughts and feelings which I experience at the present moment. I can analyze what's happening within and around me and draw some vital conclusions from these observations. 1, there are many states of consciousness, a continuous chain. And 2, these states of consciousness coexist. They exist alongside one another and all the rest." So next I'm going to read a really interesting passage from Notebook A, which is a great example of the Wundt influence, and it comes right after the Wundt quote in his journals. And it shows him narrating this immediate experience in a super linear way, and it's by far the most concrete thing that Scriabin ever writes in his journals. Okay, at this very moment, I am sitting at a table and writing. I'm thinking about the nature of conscious creation. From time to time, I pause and look at the lake, which is beautiful. I admire the colors of the water. I watch the people passing by, paying special attention to one more than others for some reason. I soon return again to the writing and thoughts of free creation. I want a drink and I order myself some lemonade. I look at time and I notice that it's close to lunchtime, and this thought makes me hungry. I'm conscious of all of this. I distinguish it all. So by distinguish, he means it's active. It's an active thing that I'm doing. But in each moment, I cognize only one thing at a time. When I'm thinking about the nature of free creation, I stop admiring the charming lake, and vice versa. When I watch the passers-by, I'm distracted from work, but then when I'm completely engrossed in my work, I do not notice the people around me. I want to change surroundings. I want to go out in a boat. I want to stop thinking about creation. Even so, it's hard for me to do despite the fatigue. Something continues to think against my will. I give up. I'm so tired that my thoughts tangle and letters jump about. I distinguish objects indistinctly. When I relax, I will soon return to work, and then I will draw conclusions from these observations of myself. So he's doing that Wundt-style stream of consciousness self-analysis, and he's always writing very, very quickly so that he could later on try to analyze it and figure out what is he doing in his own head, how is he creating reality himself. And this is his first attempt, which is super concrete, and it gets progressively more kind of fragmented and poetic as we go through the other journals. So Wundt has a lot to say about sensation as well. And I mean, when we're talking about like musicians and artists, this is one of the most important things we want to zoom in, right? So for Wundt, it takes up the whole second half of his book, and he spends a lot of time doing Helmholtz-style stuff where he's like detailing the mechanics of sight, sound, touch, hearing, etc., all sorts of perceptions, and he tries to connect that research to the mental states and the immediate experience and the flow of consciousness. Honestly, a lot of Wundt's work is extremely subjective, so is that connection necessarily convincing? I mean, convincing to Scriabin, but from a modern perspective, not so much. Very basic sensations, Wundt writes, such as the sound of a single tone, might give rise internally to a simple feeling, where complex constructions of sound to make music, for example, would generate longer-term affects and complex emotions. So music is a favorite example for Wundt, and it's a really common reference for his discussions about the relationship between sensation, feeling, and the immediate experience. Strangely, that's unlike Scriabin, who never mentions music. Scriabin discusses sensation considerably less in general, but when it does come up, there's a lot of really interesting notable correspondence to Wundt's writings, and when you're using Wundt's writings as a backdrop, things start to make quite a lot more sense. For example, in Notebook C, Scriabin has this whole section titled The Explanation of Vibrations, and it's very confusing, and he says things like, colors vibrate at different speeds, and he goes into very confusing detail about that, but it's a lot less mysterious when you're like, oh, this is obviously a reference to Wundt's explanation of the color spectrum, which is defined by light vibration at different speeds, and the vibration of light waves. And Scriabin takes it to another level, but we'll get back to that in a minute. Wundt describes sight, smell, and sound, taste, and touch as closed systems. So for Wundt, these are discrete categories that are, quote, incommensurate with sensations from other regions, end quote. Wundt sometimes seems to suggest that fields of sensation might not be absolutely closed, in that some systems are more closely connected to others by way of association. For example, Wundt writes that low tones might make somebody think of dark colors and vice versa. So maybe that's kind of an association, but on the whole, according to his theories, he concludes that going between one system of sensation and another is not possible. So Wundt did not believe in synesthesia. Similarly, in his writings, Scriabin also refers to sensation in terms of closed spheres, which has always been super confusing unless you're using the Wundt reference text. And he says these closed spheres of sensation are incompatible with others, though weirdly, when Scriabin is talking about it, he often uses examples that focus on sensation from the same category. So for example, he might say things like, it's impossible to experience two different colors at the same time. He also explains his sensation of perception linearly in a process, one by one, just like the immediate experience. But there's a Scriabin-esque twist. He suggests the possibility of creative synthesis when we're talking about this linear process of perceptive sensation. So this is a cool quote. Is this one? Oh, this is my favorite one. Okay, Scriabin writing in Notebook B. My individuality is like a universe of spheres of sensation that die when the next one begins. If we say that we can have several sensations at once, then we must be able to exist through several individuals at once. We do not experience things twice, but each sensation separately, for the act of synthesis is not yet accomplished, or it would just be one soul divided. When we see two colors side by side, we do not see them at the same time. We might say it's the closed sphere of the sensation of red, which is completely inaccessible to the sensation of blue, though they exist alongside one another. The perception of red and blue together, if that were even possible to have these sensations simultaneously, would be the highest act of synthesis. It must be considered a single complex sensation, like two souls or two personalities in one body, existing equally. This is entirely possible. Entirely possible to see two colors at once. Wow. Scriabin and Wundt, they both consider the same subject, which is consciousness itself. And they agree on many basic ideas about sensation, constructed reality, and the fluctuating flow of immediate conscious experience. They agree, too, on the method of descriptive self-observation as a method of investigation. But while Scriabin took copious methods and ideas from Wundt, these were points of departure for his own original theories. So from a really broad perspective, Wundt's outlines of psychology and Scriabin's notebooks are really radically different documents. So Scriabin begins with Wundt's axioms on psychological processes, and using Wundt as a starting point, his creative leaps of logic quickly take him very far into metaphysical realms. Scriabin reads, for example, that light and sound are vibration, and he jumps from there to interpreting all thought as vibration as well. And Wundt describes an experience of consciousness in which the mind constructs a world of representations based on sensory input and the mind's reaction to that information. So Scriabin starts there. Okay, we're constructing reality with the information that we're getting through our senses, right? And he goes far beyond it. If he's the one constructing it, then Scriabin, he's the author of reality, isn't he? He's the creator of his own world. So when he starts writing all over his journals, I am God. These are really commonly misunderstood, but I guess from this perspective, he kind of is God, right? He's kind of literally, he is constructing his own world, and he has this idea that if he could just use creative synthesis, if he could just use the power of art to manipulate your perceptions, that he could do this on purpose. And that's where he gets all these grandiose ideas of transforming and warping reality. And then we get into this whole issue of, is reality shared or not? But that's a different paper for a different time. In terms of sensation, where Wundt holds that closed systems of sensation cannot be combined, Scriabin agrees with him. Scriabin thinks that there is no synesthesia, but theorizes that it could be possible to experience different sensations simultaneously if you could complete that highest act of synthesis and have two souls in one body. Many of Wundt's ideas were seeds that for Scriabin grew into much more grandiose ideas, the transformations of which we see reflected in his later works. His attempts to artistically enact or represent that special act of synthesis, they're clearly present in Prometheus, his light symphony. Wait, I wanted us to look at this picture instead. And they extend much further into other artistic mediums and sensory categories for his plans for prefatory action, which was going to involve all sensations at once. While Wundt's discussion of synthesis is limited to the construction of personal imagination, Scriabin's universe of possibilities ranges much farther. He holds that not only can the synesthetic act allow one to see red and blue simultaneously, but two people at once. So the libretto to the unfinished prefatory action culminates with humanity merging their feelings in a single wave and becoming one super being. This is a representation of that act of synthesis that he's referencing in his journals, the roots of which can be traced back to Scriabin's study of early experimental psychology through the act of self-observation. We merge our feelings in a single wave, and in the splendid brilliance of the final blossoming, we appear to one another in the naked beauty of shining souls. We disappear, we dissolve. In an era when cutting-edge research on psychology was first being put to practical purposes, Scriabin mined Wundt's reference text for concrete information on which to ground his visionary ideas. Wundt's theories on consciousness and sensation underlie Scriabin's own, and we find their reflections in his multisensory art and his plans to nudge humanity towards the next stage of evolution. Thank you.
Any questions?
Mike is behind you.
Is this on? Okay. First of all, Lindsey, that was absolutely brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
I don't understand how anybody could have thought to understand Scriabin without this.
Right?
So, but my question really is there some sense in which the Scriabin answer to this is really the music itself as a solution to being able to explain what all this really amounts to? And I was thinking of Daniel's performance just a few minutes ago, where these moments of, as we noticed, sort of distracted movement from one sensation to another, one idea to another, is a way of actually expressing this thing which he's kind of realized that he could not do nearly as well in prose, because it really is direct experience, because we're getting it sensorily.
Okay, that was a super difficult question, Douglas. I'm just gonna stream of consciousness off of that. So it's, yeah, I recognize that that's the most obvious connection to make, obviously, between the journals and the music, which is why we're all here. But every time I try to make that leap, it's really difficult to place it onto the music convincingly, when he himself refuses to place it on the music except through the lens of text. And it's also unclear to me often if he's writing, for example, his program symphonies with the text in mind, or afterwards, vice versa, the Liszt lay prelude situation. So that's tricky. And I guess one way that one could try to get at the music directly is, like you said, through the stream of consciousness, kind of, we're making music as kind of a fragmented poetic expression in that way. But even then, I'm not totally convinced by trying to make that connection. I don't have anything concrete to hang it up on, So the only way that I see a really solid connection is through the idea of multisensory art, which is something that comes up really thoroughly in there. And that's the only connection that I can make to his works that satisfies me right now. Though I did present this at a conference a while ago, and somebody was like, what about Wundt's studies about the limits of attention memory and how that would apply to, listening to large forms or listening to melodies or something like that. Like, that could be kind of an interesting way at it. So maybe more Wundt work would help there. Yeah. Oh, there's a question up here at the front. Let's do it.
I'd also like to say this was fantastic.
Oh, thank
Shined
you.
a light on something that I didn't understand and still don't understand.
Join the club.
And vital to understanding Scriabin. But I'm very interested in how we get from, just maybe this is a failing of my own understanding, how we get from the personal experiences, or as you say, or as he says, the experience of seeing something as two souls in one body, to this idea of this transformative effect into a collective soul. And I'm having trouble understanding how we reach that. But again, this might be my own.
Yeah, and that goes to Scriabin's very difficult question that he goes over in his journals over and over and over. Is reality shared, or is reality personal? Because he has really great, grand ideas. And once he realizes, like, I am the one creating reality, then he gets this idea, I can change reality because reality belongs to me. But then I think what happens to him is that he tries and it doesn't work. Yeah, no matter how hard he tries, he can't just wish everything away. And so he tries to grapple with that, and that's where he comes up with this idea that reality is being constructed between all of us together, which is part of why maybe those of you who've done some Scriabin research, his prefatory action, supposedly he told Schlotzer that the whole world has to participate at once in prefatory action in order for us all to leave behind our disgusting fleshy bodies and become the one super being. And that's where he tries to get around this idea of the shared reality. And sometimes he seems to suggest, oh, maybe if we just get a whole audience of people together in one room, and we are actively being ourselves just by thinking we are ourselves and being conscious of ourselves. And if we could all experience ecstasy at the same time, we would all forget that we are ourselves, and then we would just have a shared reality and we would become one being.
So was his own idea sort of iffy at best?
Yeah, oh, his ideas are wildly iffy. He's having a great time. He's having a great time, you know, exploring these things, and sometimes they're reflected in his art, and we have a great time exploring them through that as well, but they're not solid, let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was also wondering, so there's this relation of Scriabin to Wundt, but is there any relationship to these psychologists or early psychologists to music itself? Any strong connection? Any reason he was picking up on what they were putting down?
Any reason that Scriabin was interested in Wundt?
In musicians or other musicians, or was this a unique thing from Scriabin's personality that he found, you know, of just somebody who moved in different fields?
So the reason that he was into psychology is because he was into philosophy, and because he was like a radical, forward-thinking, progressive dude, you know. And he really considered himself a philosopher, and in a way, he's trying to develop his own theory of philosophy. Like, he sees himself, he could be the next Schopenhauer. You know, he's got an ego situation, right? So of course he would be at the forefront of the philosophers of his time. So of course he would be one of the psychological philosophers. And I don't know of other composers who are interested in it in that same way, though he was considered part of the group of philosophical composers like Strauss. People would group him with Strauss together a lot, for example. And I read this article once about Janacek, and that he might have been interested in something like this, but I don't remember the details, so you just have to Google that part.
Another one of Scriabin's quirks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question
Go.
about, I'm curious about how we might, what are these notebooks? Because the way that in your explanation, I love it because it kind of, to me, reframes them. Now, I'm a journal keeper. My journals don't look like that. And I sure don't have only 3 of them. Like, I've always wondered a little bit, because, you know, Scriabin wasn't a diarist. He didn't. So these feel to me like almost like with the Wundt quote at the beginning, this feels like a theme, like in like the traditional school sense of write a theme, write an essay. Like, so I'm curious, has your research sort of impacted how you view these notebooks generically in regards to like how Scriabin sat down and worked out his ideas? Anyway, these are questions I have now.
Oh, wait, I don't need the mic.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
good. I got one.
Mic. You've got
I do think,
Thank you.
I do think that my opinion of the journals have changed a lot. So the journals were kind of my way into Scriabin. Don't get me wrong, I really liked his music and everything. But then, like, in my master's degree, I sat down and read them in French, and I was like, this is crazy, you know? So my opinion of them has changed, because now his journals seem a little less like sci-fi, and a little more like literally narrating your stream of consciousness right at this moment. So sometimes when it sounds like totally nuts, and people have, of course, accused him of being totally nuts, that's just because he's doing like a James Joyce kind of thing. Yeah, it's like an exercise, like, yeah, this is literally what's going on in my head. So when it seems to not make sense, it's just because it's like, it's a stream of consciousness thing. I forget the rest of your question.
So it's not a manifesto, like the way I think some people.
It is it is in that he's trying to write a solid manifesto about consciousness. I don't think he ever gets there, because he gets caught in all these difficult logical loops. Yeah, and he can't ever quite make it work out. Like, he runs into problems like, I'll just like wish reality away, and it like doesn't work, you know? He's just an excitable guy. So I don't think he ever quite made it there. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we're out of time. Yeah.
Can I ask one?
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
Perhaps more of a comment or just what I'm struck by from all of this. It's so fascinating that Scriabin, being such a polyphonic composer, could subscribe to this notion of like a linear stream of consciousness. You know, I mean, Dan just did a perfect job of showing how you have these multiple things interacting. So would you relate that more to like the idea of multiple spheres coexisting and like the idea of multiple lines happening simultaneously?
So I am obviously confused about this too. How could somebody be so insistent that you can only think and experience one thing at a time and then like write chords, you know? Like that doesn't even make any sense. Or so I can't quite explain that one away either. But wait, I had an answer to your thing. Just 1 second, I forgot what it was. I remember. I honestly think his insistence is a product of trying to narrate things. Because remember when we had the experience, what is it like right now in our immediate conscious experience, you know? I guess it's kind of complex unless you literally try to write it down. And then it becomes linear when you try to narrate it. So I think I can't explain it. I think the difference between his music and his writings is another one of his logical fallacies that he can't get around. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lindsey, for your brilliant presentation.
Thank you.
The time constraints dictate that we have to move on.
Absolutely.
And our last two presenters are our youngest ones. Echo Davidson is the PhD candidate in musicology at the University of Pittsburgh. She holds master's degree in musicology from the University of British Columbia. Her research focuses on contemporary popular music, disability studies, and decolonial aesthetics. Her work on indigenous jazz and decolonization was awarded the 2024-25 Hollis Ann Schaefer Memorial Award by the New England chapter of the American Musicological Society. Today's presentation marks her first foray into Scriabin studies, part of a broader inquiry into music's relationship to mysticism, temporality, and transformation. Welcome, Echo.
Thank you so much. Is this working? Wow, see, I'm a young scholar learning how mics work. Thank you so much for having me and welcoming me into Scriabin studies. Let's see how this goes. So, when you think apocalypse, you're probably going to think of Scriabin's Mysterium right away. But I'm going to take us on another trajectory. We tend to imagine the apocalypse as a singular event, a rupture in time marked by fire, thunder, or collapse. But increasingly, both theorists and artists are asking a different question. Why isn't the slide working?
Lower chord that's hanging low.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, that was for a sound tech thing.
There you go.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
All right.
It's the apocalypse.
The apocalypse.
There
Right.
we go. It's up.
Okay, that'll do. Fun times. All right, so, apocalypse of my laptop. But increasingly, both theorists and artists are asking a different question. What if the end is not sudden, but slow? What if crisis unfolds in explosions, but erosions? This is the premise behind Rob Nixon's concept of slow violence, harm that is incremental and accretive, unfolding gradually and out of sight, a violence of delayed destruction dispersed across time and space, often failing to register as violence at all. Nixon urges us to reckon with crises that do not erupt but creep into visibility, and to ask, how can we turn the long emergencies of slow violence into dramatic stories enough to rouse public sentiment and warrant political intervention? Extending this notion of imperceptible harm Claire Colebrook describes the slow apocalypse as the end without event. For her, the world is not ending in a single cataclysm, but dissolving over time. This is not the end of the world, but what the world is and has been for the majority of humans. The catastrophe isn't coming, it's already here, arriving not with a bang, but through attrition. And similarly, Deborah Danowski and Eduardo Viveiros de Castro offer a metaphysical reading of apocalypse as a recursive unworlding. They argue that the Anthropocene is not the end of the world, but the end of a certain world, a certain idea of world. Their framework emphasizes the temporal unevenness of crisis, how the world has already ended for some, even as others continue living as if nothing has changed. And Lauren Berlant frames this differently through the lens of crisis ordinariness. A crisis is not an event, they write. It is a process embedded in the ordinary, a slow degradation that never quite becomes an event. The structures of daily life persist, even flourish, within crisis, and our attachments to those structures, Berlant argues, can become cruel optimism, desires that are actually an obstacle to your flourishing. This shift in thinking extends into visual and literary culture. Heather Hauser identifies the rise of eco-sickness narratives, which don't dramatize sudden collapse, but instead portray a chronically debilitated body shaped by the slow accretion of harm. And similarly, Emily Raboteau describes climate dread not as spectacle, but as something that creeps into the body, household, neighborhood, unevenly and unjustly, especially for those who have done the least to contribute to it. Together, these theorists sketch a vocabulary for the slow apocalypse, where endings unfold as exhaustion, unraveling, and uneven survival. In this context, phenomena like climate change, infrastructural decay, and species extinction aren't events with clear beginnings or ends. They are recursive crises, perceptually unstable, temporally stretched, and persistently unresolved. Thinking in terms of slow apocalypse means listening differently, not for the crash, but for the shimmer. This shift carries implications for musicology, not just in what we analyze, but how we hear. If the slow apocalypse names a mode of temporality, accumulative, non-teleological, or durational, it also suggests a mode of listening attuned to repetition, resonance, and decay. Musical genres, forms, and gestures might no longer register as linear arcs, but as textures of crisis, lingering dissonances, unresolved loops, harmonic stasis, or recursive figures. These features, often dismissed as atmospheric or ornamental, may in fact be doing critical work, registering slow violence and temporal exhaustion. In other words, genre is not just a set of stylistic codes that are historically bound to one time and place, one nation, one entity. It can be a vessel for apocalyptic feeling. Listening for the slow apocalypse means attending to how form dilates, how cadence withholds, how musical time thickens. We stop asking where the climax is and start asking what sustains it. In this paper, I offer a provisional listening, an attempt to hear Alexander Scriabin's piano Sonata No. 10, composed in 1913 on the cusp of global war and spiritual unrest, through the temporal frame of a slow apocalypse. And rather than dramatizing destruction or proclaiming transcendence, the sonata enacts a ritual of spiritual transformation through gradual accumulation. It's conjuring a sound world shaped not by rupture, but by shimmer, a slow unfolding, stillness, and dialogic disjunction. As Leonid Sebenov observed, Scriabin had never written with so little sound and so simply. Scriabin insisted this simplicity was deceptive. Here, after all, are few notes. It is the minimum of pitches, but the psychology remains complex. And I agree, in my own phenomenological experience as a listener, the opening projects an intimate intensity, a sense that something profound is unfolding just beyond immediate perception. We might recall the hushed beginnings of Schoenberg's 3 piano pieces, Op. 11, or Webern's String Quartet from 1905, where sparse, dissonant textures give this deep intentionality. And Scriabin's opening, Markus similarly functions like a ritual bell, not loud, but clarifying. It doesn't break the silence, it shapes it, focusing attention and initiating a slow inward unfolding. And Scriabin's repetition of the opening motive expands dramatically in range, stretching the piano's full ambitus. The bass notes plunge to their lowest register, while the grace note figure ascends as high as possible. And what begins as a solitary central tone grows into a cavernous echo. It's like a first statement of a ritual bell, focused and intimate, a recurrence that envelops the listener in a resonant, also almost mystical embrace. And this wide-spanning version of that motive returns throughout the sonata, each time as a transposition of that expansive variation. Sabanev famously described the sonata as a forest where the sounds and atmospheres of nature confront the human soul. Both he and Scriabin rely on natural and internal metaphors to frame this music as a spiritual ecology. And it kind of echoes the words of Charles Baudelaire's symbolist poem Correspondance, where Scriabin probably would have known it, reading some lines from it. Nature is a temple whose living colonnades breathe forth a mystic speech in fitful sights. Man wanders among the symbols in those glades where all things watch him with familiar eyes. This poem has many of Scriabin's ideas in it: infinity, ecstasy, synesthesia, and mystic union of sound, color, and soul. And the poem's wandering subject kind of draws into that symbolic landscape through minimal pitch material, but with complex psychological effect. The music at this beginning isn't declaring its meaning, it's more opening a path. And the listener is getting led gently into this spiritual, metaphorical forest. Musicologists, though, disagree on how to categorize this opening material. Garcia views it as a slow introduction, while Kenneth Smith says it is part of the main sonata space, noting its return and development at measure 29, 116, 132, and so on. And I agree with Smith. Unlike introductions that merely frame what follows, Scriabin's opening is thematically and harmonically foundational. It appears as a process, a recursive gesture that reframes the work's temporality. And the sonata unfolds through a couple key thematic zones: opening motive, a chromatic ascent beginning at measure 9, and the allegro theme introduced later. Of the first, Scriabin wrote, "This passage should be filled with such longing. It is the true dissolution of nature. It is also the mystery. It is all that is and will be." Here, yearning is not dramatic, but durational, a little bit slower. The halting chromatic rise in the right hand, paired with a descending left-hand line and complex tuplets, evokes a sense of suspension, or brodet, a Russian verb meaning to wander without destination. These tuplets act as a kind of written-in rubato, dilating time until it seems to hover. This is not so teleological as it is a thickening or brooding, in my reading. And Scriabin's trills are among the most distinctive features of that late style. And while they appear in many works, like the one we just heard today, and Vers la Femme, for example, this is very saturated in the 10th sonata. The first trills arrive as a sudden shimmer. They're interrupted by a hushed texture, and from that point forward, they proliferate, not thematically introduced, but invasive, and they kind of don't belong to a particular theme. They kind of spread and accumulate and come up on the musical surface. Scriabin advised, one must play these trills with special care, wingedly. Here we have nature again. The winged quality is not metaphorical alone, it is embodied. Watching performers of this piece, I'll see that trill entrance via grace notes and a crucis into an arpeggiated triad, seeming to require a burst of diagonal motion, wrist rotation, and rapid repositioning of the hand. And the result is a flutter, kind of like a wing beat, a sudden lift, or a suspended trembling. It's a gesture that mirrors the sonata's temporal arc, not forceful propulsion, but recursive. And these trills are more than an ornament, they're kind of a vibratory presence, those agents of slow apocalypse. Now let's get to the allegro theme, because we get a complication of the sonata's logic. It's in measure 39, last two measures, and becomes central to the modular development. Its themes are brief, interlocking fragments, not really fully developed subjects, and so that's another resistance of teleology, and the allegro's harmonic motion follows a striking logic. Chords move by major third, forming a nexus of F to D flat to A. To avoid harmonic stasis, Scriabin pivots via minor third to modulate in new nexuses like D flat to E, then to E flat, and so on. And the result is chromatic but kind of coherent, and a harmonic system that radiates outward from itself, and it spirals. And as Smith notes, this creates a rational exoskeleton around Scriabin's mysticism. The entire sonata orbits around these thirds, major, minor, tritone, all audible, which stack augmented and diminished triads. And Scriabin thus replaces functional tonality with what we might call apocalyptic tonality, a system of endlessly transforming centers, never really collapsing all at once, but kind of not resolving either. So those chords are moving and accumulating. And it's kind of spiraling too. And it's hard to pin down the phenomenological character of the Allegro theme because different performers will take different takes on it in performance, and the theme is sparse. And that chromatic scale at the top voice with an arpeggiated line can be played as filler, but sometimes it belies its intensity too if subdued in performance. So the bass can outline a rapid arpeggio too and plunge down, but with speed it could be done forcefully or lightly depending on the performer's interpretation. Now, Scriabin provides directive on how to play this passage, and he says, here there must be joy, joy that brings you over the edge into frenzy. And I wonder for some listeners if this joy is hard to locate, because the passage is lively, but it's not joyful in an ordinary sense. And to reconcile this gap, there's been some work from Ross Mitchell about fitting this into a metaphysical lexicon as a pianist. I myself am not a pianist, but he says in his performances that he does slow, still suspended, and breaking of the allegro to kind of get the urgency of the rhythm out. And I can emphasize with that, and that using rhythm as a sparking of joy is possible, considering that the passage is quite difficult. And I noticed that the legato chromaticism in the top line has these rapid intervallic leaps in the bass and polyrhythm and kind of wide spacing that can be big jumps. And yet once mastered, it can be kind of an exhilarating experience, and thrill is part of that apocalypse. Sometimes there are highs within the misery or the eventuality of nothingness. So the joy isn't always in what is heard, but sometimes what is done in the body, and the motion after stasis and effort, kinesthetic energy expressed outward from the body in precise gesture. So this physicality, I think, kind of intensifies the transitional passages past the allegro themes, where Scriabin uses chromatic slide motives and the harmonic motion between E flat and A, which are tritone antipodes, kind of do this fluttering trill in between. So another thing I want to point out here is what strikes me in this passage is the way that contrapuntal lines are moving in the body. In measure 58, the trill is assigned to the right hand, while the left introduces chromatic slides. And then in the next measure, the downbeat chord is split. Left hand kind of goes on lower notes, the right on the top. And the chromatic descent then leaps nearly 3 octaves before the trill resumes, and it requires the hands to switch roles mid-bar. And in measures 60 and 62, the performer has to pass the trill between hands to reposition for wide leaps across a 12th on the following downbeats. And these moments demand not only technical fluency, but a kind of corporeal coordination of momentum. The performer is a conduit through which energy is passed, redistributed, and recharged. And like the trills themselves, the pianist's motion accumulates and dissipates in cycles. This is an apocalypse as labor, ongoing, physical, and recursive. And despite the surface differences, what Scriabin requires here is not just virtuosic showmanship, but polyphonic clarity, the ability to hear and project distinct lines across hands, registers, and phrases. The pianist not only has to execute notes, but mentally track disjointed fragments as they pass between voices, recombine, and dissolve. And I think that clarity doesn't necessarily emerge as a slow apocalypse through a structural overview or the thematic culmination. It's from immersion, from staying with the shimmer, tracking gestures across time, and feeling one's body traverse a terrain that's shifting. And I'd say that most piano music demands some degree of independence between voices, but highly contrapuntal works like a Bach fugue, for example, place some strain on the performer. Like lines have to kind of occupy a dynamic register, the bass might be voiced more prominently, the treble next, middle voice subdued, and there are hierarchies that aren't really fixed, but they shift, and the performer can make micro adjustments in phrasing and intensity. And in a common interpretive strategy for Bach is to emphasize whichever voice carries the fugue subject, while still shaping each line with its own internal dynamic contour. And it's kind of like intersecting crescendos and diminuendos, where multiple dynamic trajectories coexist. So I would say that it's kind of cerebral more than it is athletic sometimes, depending on who's playing, of course. But this is producing a paradoxical selfhood, where the player becomes both a singular and multiple, experiencing musical activity from within and outside at once. And it's a form of fractured listening with consciousness, a multiplicity contained in one's body. This fractured selfhood resonates deeply with what Scriabin has written about it, where he says, "It is clear that this is not a question of multiplicity of consciousness, but of one and the same consciousness, which experiences a multiplicity of states vertically in time and horizontally in space. By individuality, the experience of anything, this is creating not really an imagined, but kind of a real multiplicity of centers when done with the hands. There's centers within each finger, within the palm. And for Scriabin, to experience music is not to hold a single perspective, but to inhabit many centers in the hand and that vertical and horizontal, temporal and spatial compositional practice." So in orchestral works, we might hear that more timbrally, but in piano sonatas, the burden of multiplicity is more on the single performer. And the pianist is that medium through which Scriabin might have that plurality, and maybe that is a connecting point to what we were discussing earlier about connections between other bodies and our own. So what distinguishes a little bit more from Bach too is that the texture is more thick, and tremolos and widespread chords are swirling through registers, and there's plenty of studies about this that you can go look at if you want to. But really what I want to point out is the lower voice begins with the chromatic slide at measure 58, rests, and continues to descend. And despite this apparent sparseness, this passage has like a juggling consciousness to it. Hands are alternating roles, lines are demanding attention, and the sonic momentum just doesn't falter. And while I'm not a pianist, I imagine the experience of playing this might be like juggling delicate glass. You have to move quickly and fluidly, but with continuous awareness of the whole structure. And this embodied fragmentation could mirror the aesthetic of a slow apocalypse. You're waiting for the glass to break, but it has not, but it could. This is a climactic break. It's a continuous demand on that performer and the listener to sustain energy through discontinuity and to hold multiple threads in motion and endure complexity without collapse. So to perform this music is to live out its metaphysics. The pianist becomes the one consciousness, a real multiplicity of centers. And the apocalypse is not a destruction of the self, but a fracturing across the body. I think that the sonata's true climax kind of happens with the tremolo chords across the keyboard. They kind of dazzlingly burst. And there's this grace note trill into 4-note tremolo clusters that layer later with bass arpeggios and the joyeuse theme, which is a whole tone sonority of D, E, F sharp, A sharp. And Scriabin calls this moment, "Here is dazzling light, as if the sun draws near. This is the gasping that occurs in the moment of ecstasy. This already appeared in embryonic form in the 4th sonata, where there is also grasping from radiance, such elation and light." So, and you could make apt comparisons between this and Sonata 4 and light being a fixture of an apocalypse, whether it is the brightening destruction of flame or whether it is some kind of like foreshadowing of events to come. I think here it's kind of a dazzling and disorienting hint of a future. And so it's, again, a spiritualized labor. A tremolo is a mechanism of energy, a force sustaining itself. And we see at measure 260, the joyeuse theme reappears in trills marked avec élan lumineux vibrant. And the vibratory shimmer there doesn't just outline minor chords, but augmented ones and whole tone pitch sets. And then we have the più vio presto, a passage that has kind of an insect-like rapid 30-second note quintuplet and broken motive situation going on. And it's this point that, I'll bring up what has probably been on your minds for a while, which is this is sometimes deemed the insect sonata. Scriabin himself called it the sonata of insects. And I hear it most clearly in this section, not just in a programmatic imitation or symbolist version of like what you might hear, but also the texture is twitching. The fits and glows and the sort of dance between voices are kind of throwing those wildly chaotic insects into a rhythmic regularity. So it's taking this chaos and sort of making it a little bit more coherent. So that's kind of cheeky of Scriabin to do, to sort of mess with our little bit of a subjective listening stance. And Kenneth Smith has written about this quite a bit, but he does it more so when he's talking about Le Poème de l'Extase. He talks about the split subject, the individual versus the great I, collapsing into one, and says that there's similar transformations happening. And then we just discussed the idea of the pianist becoming God and Scriabin being the God. Here it might be the case that the nature is also the God, where the insect is a reminder of the end, or some kind of hinting of an unfolding, and that the insect is always there. It's always present because it's spread throughout. But it's sort of a wink, like a punchline to a joke. So I guess what I would end with here is, this is a highly subjective interpretation, of course, but I'm not trying to impose a program or a symbol onto this piece necessarily. I want to suggest that there's an accumulation and a labor that happens in the materiality of the body, and Scriabin is giving us music that vibrates before it vanishes, and the sonata starts to resonate differently in a more contemporary moment. And listening has a kind of confrontation between past and present, and there's a persistence that comes with listening to a composer whose objectives and their writings about their work might look different than what we hear now. And I don't think we can necessarily negate the mysticism of our current reality and our moment, but with what we can do to hear those insects, what we can do to hear that allegro, and not just think about his compositional sound, but the ritual of perception and the metaphysics of choreography of playing the piano and listening to it. It's a score for how to hear when time dilates, when crisis creeps, when endings unspool. It's not just one climax. This is shimmer as a method, radiance as refusal, and listening as survival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Echo, for this synopsis of the 10th sonata. I wonder, it's often called the sonata that represents the sounds of the forest, of the woods, of nature. Mm-hmm. So besides insects, don't we hear birds' calls? For example, the opening theme, the descending intervals, mindful of cuckoo sound and similar things. Do you hear any of that?
Oh, of course. And part of that, I think, when there's those invocations of different kinds of nature, I think it kind of fits into the oeuvre we've been discussing today in terms of this sort of like disjointed dialogic entity in his compositional style. So it's not just a horizontal like chunking of rhythmic and melodic motive, but also sort of some like programmatic and thematic ideas sort of being sprinkled. I'm sure that scholars who have spent more time with this have probably identified if there's some kind of regularity in that construction. I would say that the hinting is really what I pull apart from this. I think it's it doesn't matter to me so much in the listening experience if it is like orderly in the way that it is construed, but the fact that it is present to imbue a stretching is what I kind of heard when I was listening.
Thank you. That was really cool. It was really interesting. One thing I was kind of thinking about in terms of, I guess, the insect kind of theme, but also this slow apocalypse, and at the same time, kind of this like multiplicity of bodies with the unity is kind of, I guess, the concept of like a swarm, especially as you think of kind of like a biblical kind of apocalypse. Like there's this kind of immense kind of multiplicity that is a singular thing, but then it's also kind of not, like a plague of kind of insects is kind of there's like an attrition element, it's kind of a wearing down. And, I was thinking about this in terms of kind of, the polyphony and kind of, I don't know, I was just interested, especially when you're talking about like kind of how, the wings are kind of inscribed in the way the body moves. if you think there's maybe anything to that in the kind of idea of a swarm. I don't know.
Thank you so much. I absolutely love this question. I think that other composers have made more obvious swarms than this. But I do think that Lauren Berlant's ideas about cruel optimism might give us some hints about what the insects are doing here. And it's always a tricky thing to put contemporary literary scholarship and feminist scholarship in conversation with composers like Scriabin, because yes, they're working from a different political, cultural moment. But I actually think that the idea that there is feeling of dread and accumulation and splitting of that accumulation in the way that an insect swarms is a feeling that is not specific to our contemporary moment sometimes. Sometimes that swarming sensation is historical. And so there's no reason in my mind why it can't also be heard in different sections, and that's kind of where the subjectivity of the listener comes in, where you hear that swarm and where you don't. But I do think that the instinct is a very curious musical gesture, and to invoke that kind of nature is not necessarily a conventional beauty, but some kind of grotesquerie too. Oops.
Any more questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Let's have a very short break before our final presentation. Well, we are ready to continue. Our next presenter, coming all the way from Vienna, is Markus Böhmig. He is an artist and a student of media, music, and comparative literature in Vienna. His research interests include early historical recording, lo-fi listening as active reception, and narratology within the framework of the uncanny. For his bachelor's thesis, he is currently exploring Alexander Scriabin's Welt Mignon piano roll recordings with a focus on aesthetic interpretation, media, history, and performance style. Welcome, Markus.
Thank you so much. Hope you can hear me. I want to present you the status quo of my research on Scriabin's piano roll recordings of the poem Opus 32, number 1, which I am conducting for my bachelor's thesis project, which I will be graduating with next year. Well, in afferrando, denotes the B section of Scriabin's poem, Opus 32, number 1, composed in 1903. This term embodies the nation of the ineffable, reflecting Scriabin's intention to associate a neologism with his inaugural musical poem, one that transcends verbal expression. If you put together in the meaning of not and afferrando, one can guess it can mean something like not grasping or ineffable, if you will, indescribable. And ineffable, as in divine, brings us closer to one definition of the eerie, the uncanny, which is the framework I'm trying to put my research into, which is the following. The eerie is when the divine finds itself repressed but still gets to emerge. Opus 32 is often regarded as the first middle period piece in Scriabin's oeuvre, and it signals the advent of the piano poem, alluding to a rather distinctive musical style compared to anything that came before it, and that would later characterize his work. It also held a special place in his personal repertoire, as evidenced by these recordings for Hupfeld in Leipzig in 1908, and later for Welt Mignon in Moscow in 1910. While the reception of these roll recordings has been analyzed before, scholarly analyzed, primarily concerning the composer's performance style and preserved performance mannerisms, the production processes and the publicized versions of these transfers of the recordings have been relatively underexplored. There exist numerous iterations of these recordings, each differing in aesthetics and reception, particularly given the often lo-fi / low fidelity quality of the processed recordings. Within this framework of the uncanny, which is a literary one, a concept that thrives on the interplay between the familiar and the strange, or as said before, the emerging of the things that should not emerge but still do. The qualities of Scriabin's poem, Opus 32, recordings can be explored through a literary lens or further narratology study. Furthermore, I plan to include into my research an artistic exploration of a recording drawing from the ambiguity of these piano roll recording transfers. How do Scriabin's personal mystique and worldview and the myth that endures around the composer enhance the uncanny qualities within this particular piece and how are they intensified through the mechanized medium of the player piano. As of his biography, around the time at the creation of the poem, his middle period is considered a transitional one in not only musical regard. Scriabin not only began immersing himself into mysticism, it was also around that time that he underwent major changes in domestic life, meeting his second wife, Tatjana de Schleuser, abandoning his first wife. On top of that, he dealt with the death of his publisher and at times father figure, Belayev. One could argue that the composer's conscious self was beginning to surface more than ever before around that period of his life. To proceed to the recordings, in 1908 and 1910, Scriabin recorded various short pieces of his for Hupfeld and Welte and Sons. He seemed to have felt particularly big empathy with the emotional demand of the poem, as the performance has been described as uncanny, with the pianist's ability to differentiate very well between the various layers of the sound and piece that are required. Furthermore, the composer's health, so is said, both physical and emotional, was in a state of flux when these recordings were made, thus being regarded the closest representative of what has been said about his unique and unnerving performance practice. His playing seemed to have provoked a wide spectrum of responses from performers, and scholars. As of the piano roll recordings, the player piano's limitations, which differ from between the different companies which used to produce them, the limitations and the inherent qualities of lo-fi sound may shape, I would argue, the listener's engagement with Scriabin's music and play a substantial role in constructing an ambiguous auditory experience that resonates with the uncanny. What seemed self-evident to pianists of the day is now a controversy. How authentic are the sounds that come from a reproducing piano? I'd argue that Scriabin's performance style as captured on the piano rolls does convey an ineffable quality. His unique performance style aligns with the uncanny, and the non-neutrality of recording mechanisms and producing processes significantly influence the perception of Scriabin's recording of the poem. The uncanny elements in Scriabin's music, here the poem, are not only embedded in its structure and performance, but also accentuated through the low fidelity recording qualities of the transfers of his piano recordings and the player piano's automated mechanized nature. This in particular creates an unsettling interplay between human presence and mechanical reproduction, and serves as another indicator of an aesthetic ambiguity. And this in turn can challenge conventional listening expectations. This is the latest. This is probably the latest transfer that has been made by published by Pyrrhion Recording Society in 2015. It's called the Caspel Collection. it was recorded using Neumann microphones, and the room acoustics were adapted to imitate the acoustics of the room in which Scriabin recorded. Wheels used provided with special speed indication, and there were adjustments made to the reverberation on the basis of this. With difficulty, and in this particular example, it has been done very precisely and probably the best. The rolls and the sound material can be very accurately reproduced. A bit different from that are the Melodia transfers, which I want to give you a sample of. You can hear there was reverb added and the piano is slightly detuned. I sadly don't have a sample of the one I mentioned before, but it is not the case. It is of way higher quality, and that's why I want to continue with the eerie and lo-fi listening. Low fidelity listening as active reception. This aligns well with how eerie the perception of the eerie qualities can be understood as coming from a very deep or archaic epistemological uncertainty. When listening to these recordings, one finds oneself questioning one's own acoustic reception, especially the worse the quality gets, and the sonic quality, of course, and also the quality of the transfers. I don't know if I have to mention that the quality of Scriabin's playing has been very rigorously studied based on these recordings. That's why I don't want to make any assumptions about that. But it plays of course into its one trajectory, which of course plays into what I'm trying to prove. One is questioning one's own acoustic reception, and one is confronted with the incompleteness and faults of the mechanical instruments, the transfers of the roles, and the composer's playing, which stood to debate. This in active lo-fi reception is of high value, and making every humming sound or crack an important artifact. Approaching these recordings like that, from that lens, makes for an active participatory process. That is why I'm not trying to impose a literary framework onto the piece, but rather work on how there's an opportunity for conscious choice shaping how the listening act of an otherwise sonically unusual sounding recording can turn it into its own subjective creative process. It becomes a haunted artifact. As I'm still gathering information and in the midst of researching, I want to talk a bit about the methodology I want to employ. First, there's musicological analysis, how Scriabin's musical language reflects his philosophical ideas and the biography around the time of the creation of the piece and contributes to the aforementioned qualities. Then historical contextualization, comparative analysis of the different transfers and their recordings. Maybe a small psychological study, because as in narratology, it's all about describing characters, and I think a historical figure can also be explored like that. I wrote artistic exploration. What I mean with that is that I'm planning to compose a piano poem and record it in the vein of the recordings we have heard before, incorporating elements of Scriabin's rubato and perform its mystery. And of course, the theoretical frameworks. I want to integrate insights from psychology, philosophy, aesthetics, as well as Scriabin's personal mystique and poetry to deepen the understanding of the work. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Scriabin Society, the Erasmus program, and all those who have supported my work. I'm still at the gathering stage, but hoping to make leaps in the coming months. And last but not least, my sincere thanks to my advisor, Professor Oliver Graeber in Vienna, where I traveled from. He's a composer whose works in the genres of ballad and piano concerto are regularly performed across various states, also in the US. And at our university in Vienna, he also serves as the artistic director of the Institute for Music Medicine, with a focus on arts and health. And he's also a specialist in 19th century Russian music and has guided me with numerous valuable insights so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Markus. Are there any questions from the audience?
So I'm curious, for years, the only available transfers were the ones similar to the one you played. And then when this Hyperion came out, which is very different sounding, how did that change your perception of what you're trying to do? This haunted artifact and this aesthetic of the sound picture, because they're so widely different, but it's from the same source. And I just wondered how that impacted your work, and if you had to change some views or rethink anything, or if it fits in well.
Well, as an accuracy, the period is probably of the highest value, and as I'm also trying to incorporate Scriabin's playing, which is preserved the best in this transfer, it proves very valuable to me. And it was actually the first time I heard a piano roll recording. It was the Pierian one, and from that point I learned about the earlier transfers. So it was more of a backwards movement into the past of piano roll research and the recordings.
Thank you very much. I guess there may be later questions. So we'll take another break before our lecture recital, which is a culminating point of today's symposium.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us for our final event of the day, and thanks especially for everybody who's been here the whole time. We've had a really long, exciting day of awesome presentations so far, and we're going to finish the day with a wonderful lecture recital by our friend Bruno Vlahek. We first met Bruno in 2022 when he gave a lecture recital on our Scriabin 150 festival, and Bruno has flown in from Spain to give an expanded hour-long version of that lecture recital. Bruno is a very, very gifted performer, not only as a concert pianist and a laureate of many international piano competitions, but he's also a concert organist and a composer who's written over 60 works that are performed all over the world. So he's an amazing person. We're so happy to have him with us. We're also happy to have his wife, with whom he is a prize-winning piano duo member, with us as well. So can we give a round of applause to Bruno Vlahek?
Thank you, James, for such a kind introduction. Hello, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here tonight in New York City. I'm so happy. And I'm so happy to finally meet friends from Scriabin Society of America, James, Dmitry, Farhan, Matthew. It's really a privilege after so many talks, and we did the Scriabin 150 also festival online during pandemic times, and now finally we can really meet here presentially. I'm so thrilled to be here among Scriabin enthusiasts and scholars and everybody who really loves and shares passion for this extraordinary composer. I think Scriabin is really one of the most special composers in history of classical music. Not only for his very special ideas like synesthesia or color-based music or theosophy, all these strange things that he had, and many other composers really didn't have all these elements. But really it's also the influence he had on the development of contemporary music thought. Normally people say that Arnold Schoenberg or Stravinsky are really the composers who influenced the contemporary music, but I also think, especially in field of piano music, that Scriabin holds a very special position among many contemporary composers. So I always ask myself, what would happen if Scriabin have lived longer? Oh, it would be really, because in such a short life, he from first Chopin-based music to all these late period works, which are full of mystery, esoteric thought, apocalyptic visions. What would really happen if his life was longer? It's a very, I think, interesting question, which bothers me a little bit. So, as James said, I wanted to make a recital around the fourth sonata. I really love this piece. It's a very, very special piece, which somehow stands between two worlds, between early period and his late works, in what we somehow consider his middle period. It still has elements of this cantabile romantic piano composing, some little echoes of Chopin, but of course much, much further. But also it includes a lot of elements that are so typical of his late works. First of all, there is a form. It has two movements, but unlike second sonata that also has two movements, these two I don't find to be contrasts. It's just like this sonata starts from very first motive, this ascending fourth, which is quite typical for Scriabin. To the very end, it goes in one straight line. And of course, there are two movements, but actually it's one straight line that goes from this languid, special, esoteric atmosphere to very grandiose finale, which really finishes in sort of nirvana, apotheosis, climax, ecstasy. Very interesting thing that this sonata is accompanied by Scriabin's unpublished poem in French, well, quite poor French, they say. But the poem, the theme of poem is about a godlike human being that is flying towards a distant star. And it reaches the distant star, and this really engulfs the star. It's quite a lot of ego in this poem, which is also something that with years Scriabin was building a lot. But it's actually a great insight into the some elements that are so typical of Scriabin, like the dance, flight, light, desire, also erotic desire, sensuality, and of course this climax, apotheosis. Why I like this fourth sonata so much? Well, all this, what I said, but also it has been a very faithful companion through many years. I played it quite a lot of occasions, and it's really a piece that I enjoy playing. I also recall playing this piece in 2010 when I won the first prize at the Alexander Scriabin piano competition in Paris. So also with this competition, but with some other projects, I feel somehow quite related to Scriabin's music, and I really love to play it, I love to listen it, and it's one of the most special composers for me, really. Well, for this occasion, beside fourth sonata, when we spoke about creating a program with friends from Scriabin Society, well, it was proposed that I make a little bit longer recital. So I chose few pieces that I thought would go well with this fourth sonata, and they would like build some kind of story around it, but from different periods, with an accent on his middle period. So from middle period, I will also play Opus 32, 2 poems, which is quite difficult now, very difficult for me, because we just listened to probably very best performance, no? So, well, I'll do my best. Please don't judge it. And also 4 preludes from Opus 37, which are really 4 beautiful pieces, quite contrasting, I must say, which is interesting, because already in this period he was going into this one line, going to direction of one movement sonata. So, but still, it seems like some sketches, like he's trying to escape the old world, enter the new world. So it's quite interesting. I will also play 2 poems, very short poems, Opus 63. Very crystalline pieces, very poetic, French-inspired, a lot of mystery, elusive pieces. First one is titled Masks, and the second Étrangeté, which would be like foreignness, something foreign. Very, very, very strange music, which leaves somehow the question open. It doesn't give any answer. I will also play 3 very famous pieces from Opus 2, which Scriabin wrote when he was only 15 years old, and well, already there we can see a quite authentic expression, not really Chopin-like. Well, the third piece is quite like Chopin, Mazurka, but he puts some harmonies there which are clearly not Chopin. But first piece, definitely already his own expression, also very youthful, but quite mature. And I will play also 1 prelude from the last pieces, from Opus 74, which is very mysterious piece, vague, undecisive. It's like a 4-part choral, quite atypical of Scriabin, but very, very, very mystical, and with some theme that reminds me of César Frank's symphonic variations. I don't know if he had the same piece in mind, or it was just a coincidence, but it's another piece that I like very much, so I really enjoyed this connection. And also before the fourth sonata, because I left it for the final, because I read that at the last recital, Scriabin's last recital that he gave in St. Petersburg, he really finished the recital with fourth sonata, so probably he had some special connection to it. And just before that, I will play Vers la Flamme, the poem which was written in, well, a few months before he died, in the last year of his life. Very, very special piece. There is a funny video with Vladimir Horowitz when he said, but Scriabin, he was crazy, you know, because he thought that the earth was storing heat, so these flames of fire would destroy the world, and the final end, it would come to a big conclusion from the death, the new life would arise. So it's a very futuristic piece, but also I recall Scriabin once said that he lives for the future. So I guess he has this visionary experience which goes beyond this materialistic world that we live in, and I think that's one of the core elements of Scriabin's music, why it is so so close to us and why it speaks so loud. Well, thank you very much. I hope you will enjoy the concert. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this event, the first of many such events, we hope. And I'd like to thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentations today, and Bruno for his wonderful concert. And again, thank Salon Concerts at Clavier House for hosting us. We couldn't have held this event without their generous hosting and sponsorship for this. And if you'd like to support such events for the future and the series that they run here, I do encourage you to donate whatever you can, because this series relies solely on donations to bring in the performers. And there is a box at the door, and also online you can find at Clavier House the Salon Concerts online way to donate. So thank you everyone for coming, and feel free to talk to any one of us if you want to know more about this Scriabin Society. And one more thing is we have another event coming up next week, a fundraiser concert for the Scriabin Society, June 7th, featuring Anthony Rachmanov, who is a young up-and-coming pianist who is winning prizes in competitions left and right. And we're very happy to have him, because he's certainly on the verge of a major career. And if you want to know more about that concert, just remember this website, thelilacs.org, and you can see how to attend that concert. Okay, thank you.
Bruno has one more small thing he'd like to play for us as an audience.
It will be Scriabin.